Hey! Hey, Nod was one. Sorry, I went live and then realized I was speaking into an unplugged mic. Right. So first off, I just want to say thank you to you because of your donation. I was able to take this laptop to get looked at. It was mostly just Ubers to get around. Went to a place. Was more expensive than I'd hoped to actually fix this laptop, but basically, I now have a power supply that doesn't, or a power socket that doesn't keep disconnecting. Basically, the socket was so loose and it wasn't holding the power adapter, and we surmised that the previous owner of this laptop had bought a new power adapter thinking that was the problem, because it actually looks quite new. Like, I found a Reddit thread where a lot of people complained about this laptop and its power socket being flaky, but some of them said there were like carbon deposits in the actual AC adapter, and mine looks brand new. So it wasn't that, it was the socket itself. Sounds like you can move the pins and stuff to get it tighter, but for now it's brand new and it's totally sorted out. So it's quite nice being able to use this laptop and stream and not have the power supply come out. So yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate that. I don't know if you saw my email. I did offer to, if you can think of anything, I'm happy to do something in return. I really appreciate it. I feel better if knowing that someone's gotten something of value out of it. So yeah, either way, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. So yeah, this track I worked on a little bit more. The last couple of streams, I've started something on the stream and then finished it like completely the next day or two. This is not the case. I have had a busy few days though. I met with a venue that I might be DJing at as soon as next weekend. A very upmarket place. I might need some new clothes. Kidding. I do have, I've got some chinos and some other sort of smart pants I could probably wear. Got nice shoes, but they're not very comfortable, so I might go shoe shopping. I'll see. If it becomes a regular gig, then it'll be worth my while to invest a little bit in my setup. I still need to test this black laptop. The one issue for DJing with it is that it's got a grounding hum. So if you use like RCA cables or jacks that aren't balanced, you get that sort of hum, and then when you move the mouse, it gets worse, that kind of thing. So to my speakers, I've got balanced cables, but this laptop was just going to be a studio laptop and stay at the home. But my other laptop, it sounds like it's going to be even more expensive to fix, and it was dropping out a bit this weekend. Granted, it was a hot day, and then as soon as the sun went down, they switched a heater on that was like pointing directly at me. So my laptop and me were cooking, basically. So I'm going to have to see. I'm going to see if this laptop, basically, I've got a mixer, and I want to see if I plug balanced cables from my sound card into the mixer and then unbalanced cables to a speaker, because as a DJ, you don't always have control over what cables are used. You can rock up and there's already a mixer and everything's plugged in and ready to go, and you don't have to rewire the whole setup because your laptop makes a noise. It's not cool. So I'm going to test it. I've got this old mixer. Behringer. I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but yeah, old mixer. It's got like 5 mic inputs. They can also be line ins. It's got inserts on the first 4 channels, first 3 actually. And then a bunch of them are stereo, which is one of the reasons I liked it so much. 1, 2, 3, 4 stereo channels. So you could have 2 mics, 4 stereo channels, or 5 mics and 1 stereo channel. So quite useful. I use it for mostly for like weddings and things. If I need like 2 wireless mics, then my laptop and maybe a backup music source. If you're playing all day, it's good to have. So yeah, I'm going to keep this out and mess with it tomorrow. Today's a Sunday. I don't want to do work. But yeah, cool. So you mixing. That's cool. It's a interesting way to phrase it, how to mix. Because I feel like a lot of it is just practice. You know, I went to college and learned how everything worked, but then I still didn't really have an idea of what I was trying to achieve, you know, and that was just practice. So yeah, but yeah, that's good to know. I'll give it some thought and see if I can think of something that we could do on mixing. So I've now set my grid to 16ths. I have the shaker here. But the track has a swing to it, so I just want to see what the swing is. 41%, really? I don't know. Is it that high? It could be. Could be. All right. 40, let's just call it 40% or 38, because I probably didn't quantize 100% when I did that. So there's a trick for swinging stuff, especially shakers that are 16th notes. I will slice, I'm using the wrong shortcut, undo. There we go. So that action is called split items at grid. And that's just sliced up the loop on the grid. Then if you right click the snap button, you get these grid settings. And what I can do is, so swing is off. I mean, if it was on, I would just normalize it, switch it off, normalize it to 0. And then you can go adjust selected items when changing swing. So I'm going to switch that on, switch on swing. These items are selected. And let's just loop this as well. So you'll actually hear what's happening. So it's moved every second one to follow the grid line. You can see it like that. Looks kind of odd. I'm going to see why that is in a sec. Let's use 40. And then I'm going to switch that off because now things are adjusted. And I'm going to, firstly, I'm going to scroll within the item like that. Use that to scroll. Give them little fade ins and fade outs. Some of them look strange. I'm not sure why that is. I guess if we make everything shorter, Then we can also bring it up like that. Sounds good. Hey, greetings. Do anything. Cool name. Yo. You rarely see me using Ableton Live. Yeah, it's true, actually. Funnily enough, I was using it quite a bit on my other laptop, and my other laptop is currently experiencing some problems. It's thermal throttling, and I just haven't got around to installing Live on this machine yet because, well, one of the reasons I was reluctant is because you only get 2 activations with Live with a license, and I had 2 operating systems on my other laptop. I had 10 and 11, and I used both. I switched between them for live performance, whichever one was more stable at the time. I had issues with Tractor for like 6 months, so I switched to Windows 10 and it didn't have issues. So I think I've used my 2 activations, at least I thought I had, and then I had to reactivate one of them again, and it still worked. So I'm not sure. I need to just do it one of these days. But the thing is also, this laptop is sort of a temporary setup because it's I've got the drive inside it has a whole bunch of the previous owner's stuff on it, which is a friend of mine. And I have backed it up for him and given it to him, but until I know that he's got everything he needs, I haven't wanted to wipe it clean. So it could be like I buy another drive tomorrow, and then I have to do it all over again, which I'm not looking forward to. So yeah, I might just leave Ableton for the next couple of weeks until I have figured out what I'm doing. But I do dig it. Actually, if I have to perform with this laptop, which I might, then I might have to solve that problem this week. So yeah, watch the space. Welcome, Rickon. So if you guys weren't here last stream, I made this patch in, I think I made this patch off stream. I'm trying to remember the chords. There we go. I came up with those off stream, and I also came up with this patch off stream. quite like it. And then this sound I came up with on stream. What's happening here is I've got this new Serum 2 sequencer. You can set it to keyboard span, can be polyphonic. And then it tells you here, select where the clip is triggered by MIDI notes. Mono and poly will only play the clip transposed according to the notes played relative to the note. Offset will play the clip starting from a different position each note. Okay. So yeah, basically it restarts each time I press it relative to C0. And when I play a chord, it plays these notes relative to whatever chord I play. And where that gets really interesting is when you set a scale. So I've set it to the scale of the track. So now whatever notes I play, it is creating first the chord and then another chord. And I could add more notes. And the reason it sounds cool is that it's always in scale. If you don't have a scale set down here, then it's just transposing without the scale. And that kind of sounds like you're playing with a sample, whereas when it's in the key, it feels a bit like you're playing with a sample, but it's always harmonic, which is really cool. You wonder if you click a button on push, then you trigger a chord or yes. So I'm using, I used to use the Driven by Moss script for push in Reaper. He makes the script for Bitwig and then I think he ports them across to Reaper somehow. And I did like it, and the thing is I wasn't actually using most of it. Like you can control the track volumes with it and things like that. And I didn't really need that. So I've got push 1 and I'm using this PXT General, which as Nod was one will tell you is no longer being sold. It's not available on the website anymore. Well, push 1 is quite old, but it does sort of surprise me that he isn't selling it still. But yeah, you can actually set what these things are. You can give them CC values. So I might say like this should be CC1, and you can sort of set how the knobs work and LEDs and all sorts of things. I am pretty happy with it. The cool thing is I've got all these sort of settings for basically what this does is it lets you control any program with push. So instead of just Ableton, it just sends MIDI notes using virtual MIDI cables. So I've created these virtual MIDI cables using, it was all written in the manual. I didn't send you the manual. Nod was one. Do you need the manual? I'm sure you might have it if you click on, there's a help somewhere. I think it'll open the manual, but let me know if you didn't get the manual for some reason. I can dig around for it. Basically, it encourages you to use loop MIDI on Mac. I think you've got a built-in MIDI, virtual MIDI. I think it's called IEC device or something on the Mac. So you can send MIDI using that. And so yeah, I basically created these virtual MIDI cables and then assigned them in here. And then in Reaper, I received those MIDI. Let's go open here. So MIDI inputs, I've got PXT pads. So that's when I press a pad, it is receiving MIDI input. And that is how I'm controlling. Oh, cool. All right. Glad you got the manual. That's how I'm controlling here. But yes, you can actually have it play a chord. Sorry, that was a long-winded explanation. But yes, on this, you've got additional notes. So instead of just playing that, I can add a note 2 semitones up, 3, 4, 5, and then maybe I could do an octave. There's an additional note 2, so there's 2 of them. So however, it is literally just playing all the notes. So if I like make it a major triad, then it's always playing a major triad, whereas what I'm doing with Serum is keeping it in key all the time. This is still fun. I do jam with this because a lot of 90s electronic music, they sampled a chord and then they played it around the keyboard, so it sounded exactly like this. So yeah, it is fun, but it's not quite as useful as what I'm messing with right now. I do enjoy it though, but I've had a weird glitch as well. I don't know if it's maybe my controller being a little bit sensitive, so when I'm playing the keys, suddenly it'll add a note. So I don't know if this control on my push is like a little bit too sensitive or something. I'll suddenly find myself hearing 2 notes instead of 1. But then you can just press scale and then you go out of that and it's into the general MIDI mapping, whatever you've assigned in here. So when I press scale, you see all the scale options on the screen, and when you press scale again, you go to whatever you've assigned here. And I mean, you can even get it to display things. So now it would say hello on the push. Don't think you can see that on the camera. Probably not. My cable might not be long enough. Anyway, it's a cool little piece of software, but it's only for push 1, unfortunately. The push 2 is not supported. I believe there's a program for push 2 called Shove that some people use, but I'm not sure if it even has screen control. I think it might be a little more limited. So yeah, these are the same notes that are playing here. Except when I play a note, it plays a sequence, so. Use Bohm MIDI. Oh, cool. That's a cool piece of software. I've heard of that. That can do all sorts of crazy stuff, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, that's true. You could use JS plugins to keep stuff in scale. You could probably even put them on your input. So when you're recording, you actually record the notes, the chords themselves, instead of just the notes you play. So it's a good point. There's probably a lot I could do with that. So Offstream added this bass line. This is Modo bass. That's it on its own. And then I high-passed it. And added Serum for sub. Because when I was going between the bass sounds, there were some other sounds in the track, and I was just not quite feeling how it was sounding with the original sequence that was here, basically. So I muted it, played something new, and then ended up chopping that up and interspersing the old bass with it. I'm still sort of happy with the sounds. I'm not so sure about the synthy bass sounds, but the combination is kind of cool. If we mute this. I kind of dig it. I feel like it's not too in your face now. It was a bit in your face before. That's also why I filtered it down for the beginning bits. But yeah, part of me feels like instead of working too much on the song and making it like an instrumental, I should actually just put as much effort as I would normally put into producing the track into finding someone to sing on it. Because it might actually work quite well with some vocals. I just want to add some ducking on this guy. Maybe steal this one. The other thing I did off stream is I chopped out bits of this break where there were kick drums other than on the one. So here there was a kick drum. I think there were a couple of other ones. Just because they were clashing, even though they were high passed, it just sounded odd. Every now and then you'd hear a sort of a high passed kick drum. Random transient information I didn't want. Also swapped out the hat. We had this one on stream, I think. And it's kind of cool. I think this one's better. I also changed the BPM a few times. I tried 116. It was kind of cool. That's better. Anyway, I don't really feel like working on that right now. This is a track I don't really feel like working on either, but I may as well play it on stream. This is something I made last night around midnight. I got home from a gig. I play all day on Saturday, all Sunday at a restaurant in Cape Town. I DJ with the bongos, and it was, yeah, started at 12, finished at 8-ish last night. Got home around 10, and my brother he'd been making music all day and finishing old tracks from over the years. He's like putting an album together for himself. And one of them had this, it was literally just the sound. It's an experimental album, so it was interesting to listen to on its own, but I immediately thought it sounded like it could be in a drum and bass track. It was a bit slower than this. Take off my processing. Okay, I've got delay sends. I'm automating the stereo width because it was leaning a little bit to the right. So I was inverting the stereo width. That's what this is. And so I made it into drum and bass. He wasn't, he sort of could see what I was suggesting, but yeah. So it gets progressively more psychedelic as it goes. I mean, he already had a fair bit of automation on the sound. So if I play it from like here, here. Oh yeah, at some point you can hear it changes rhythm. There. So I left that in. I thought it was kind of interesting that it suddenly changes where the one is. In fact, I think I lined it up where I thought the one should be, so it was even different before that. And yeah, it keeps evolving. I've got this delay send to my good old stereo tape delay, so that's still happening. I think I went back to the first bit there, and then it keeps getting more crazy. And then what I did, I started to automate over here. You can see the mix of a ring mod coming on. So now it's fully ring modulated. And then this is the frequency of the ring mod. This is the kilohertz ring mod frequency being automated. You can see it moving there. And then the glitchy bits are coming from literally just a, you know me, guitar rig preset. I always end up messing with guitar rig presets. That's here. And then later on, there's another guitar rig preset that comes on. So you can see the wet for another guitar rig. Even more very psytrance-y sounding, actually. I could hear some high tech on top of that. And it's still being ring modulated. And now I've got both guitar rigs going at once. Chaos. And then after a while, go back to how it was in the beginning. So yeah, he made that sound in a synth called Alto, A-A-L-T-O, by Madrona Labs. I think they describe it as an FM synth, but like my brother uses Dext all the time and he found it really hard to understand. So I think it's not a traditional FM synth. He reckons it's kind of like a feedback synth in a way. And he never quite knows what he's doing with it. But yeah, sick patch. And I've basically gone crazy with it. And the bass, I could show you how I made the bass. The bass is, if I press one note, the pitch is already an envelope inside it. So this is the pitch envelope here, LFO 1. And then when I press, the rate is being modulated by the note. So if I press a higher note, it's going faster. Likewise, this LFO 2 is doing the filter cutoff. But it is being modulated. Let's see, LFO 2 rate is being modulated by LFO 1. So it's getting faster when this goes up and slow when it goes down. And then it's also being modulated by notes. So higher notes, this LFO goes faster. So we've got a whole lot of sort of interacting modulation. So the notes I'm playing are not anything special. I've got legato on, so yeah. It's just kind of wobbling all over the place, basically. And then I had the mod wheel opening the filter cutoff in certain sections. So that's this automation here. And that tail you hear is reverb. So what I did is, where did I do this? On the mix page. Filter 1 is going to the main output and to bus 1, and then it's being sent to bus 2. So when the mod wheel opens, it opens the send to bus 2, which has the reverb on it. And bus 1 is, so main actually has nothing on it. So the sort of bass is going straight out and going in here. So this chain has distortion and chorus, but then it's high passed. And then bus 2 has this huge reverb in it. If I bypass that, This chain has, yeah, distortion. Subtle. Also, the filter is half open at this stage. Let's go where it's closed. Gentle distortion. Saturation, perhaps. What is it? Yeah, soft saturation. There we go. And then it's got chorus, and it's being high passed. So what I actually did initially is I didn't have the filter going to the main. So now you're just hearing it through bus 1 with the high pass on it. And then once I was happy with it, I sent it back to the main. So now they're both happening in parallel. And then, yeah, the mod wheel opens up the send to bus 2, which is the reverb. And the reason I didn't just automate the reverb mix was because if the automation went down, then the mix was immediately at 0, so you wouldn't actually hear the tail. But I wanted the tail, so long ass reverb tail there. Yeah, as the filter opens up, you get more reverb, which I thought was a cool effect. Although, what should actually happen is the reverb should be high passed. And I'm going to do that. I mean, yeah, just to tidy it up a little. There we go. So now the reverb is not going to clash with the sub at any stage. I'm probably going to rearrange the track slightly. It goes on a bit long without stripping back. So I'm going to... I was looking at this. Things get crazy from there when the hats come in. So I could have 2 of these sections with the glitching and stuff, and then I maybe bring it back here. Let's move these 2 there. This is one of the reasons I like Reaper over Ableton. You can just rearrange bits of your song. Also, I have a shortcut to automate volumes. I don't need to add a utility. Press a button, and I've got trim volume, which is separate from this volume. So if I turn it down, trim volume is still at 0. So I don't need to add a utility. I've got stereo width here. I've got trim volume. Little things like that I really do miss in Ableton. Like, you have to go and find the utility, and that's fine. There's other little things like that, like the swing on the grid. So like I can toggle that swing and the whole grid swings. I think this track does have a bit of swing on it, actually. Yeah, I don't know why other DAWs don't do that, but they don't. This was on 18. And it's really handy for just chopping things up, sequencing things in audio. You know, I sequence a lot of drums in audio, but for certain styles like hip hop, sort of boom bap hip hop, it's nicer to play stuff in on the push or drum pad, or even, frankly, I don't mind programming stuff in with a keyboard, even drums. And then, but yeah, certain things you want sort of rock solid, and it's nice to just have the option to program things in on the grid, on the timeline. I don't see why not. Also, the monitoring chain, you can set this up with a template, but this is a global thing in Reaper where you can have these things on regardless of what project is open. So, you know, I always want to see span. I always like to have an oscilloscope. I always like to be able to solo the lows and sort of see what's going on there. It's not a very subby kick. Quite a knocky sort of kick. And there is some side chaining going on the bass, so they're not audibly clashing. I'm not hearing loads of things that aren't kick and bass in the lows, which is important for keeping things clean. Oscilloscope. This is a quarter note sort of oscilloscope. You can freeze things. So now I'm just looking at... It's looking quite fat because this has a master chain on it. It's quite a loud master so far. Then yes, I've got Uline loudness meter, which as you can see is a loud ass track. And then this I just use to pad the volume, so I'm turning it down a lot whenever I have mastered tracks for the stream. Otherwise I would need to turn the stream up and down, or you guys would have to turn your volume up and down, because yeah, working on unmastered sounds and having it relative to my voice on stream and not blowing people's ears out when I add mastering stuff to a track, kind of important. So for streams, I have my audio interface like at a specific volume. And I'm just sort of used to how things sound at that volume. And generally at that volume, things aren't clipping in the stream. So touch wood. Now and then I've had an incident where for some reason didn't seem that loud and was peaking in OBS, but yeah, it's seldom a problem. These drums, I can also go into those if you guys are interested. Whoops, started off with this. Started off more like this. Nope. I think I chopped out some of the kick drums. There they are. So that was kind of the loop that I had. I programmed it in. And then the sample is... it's being high passed a lot. Let's actually solo it again. It's a break from Pro Tools, oddly enough. Let's just find the name. I'll play the sound. It is called... Oh, maybe I can audition it here. Nah. Yes. So yeah, that's a loop from Pro Tools, and it's pitched up and processed. And then I've also got this envelope on it. If I turn this off, so with the decay I can change the decay. It was also important because I was distorting the crap out of it with this diode distortion in Serum effects. And then I layered it with a rim. At first I had a snare. That's without processing. Actually clipped, I high passed it and boosted the treble a little without that. It's a bit more thumpy than it needs to be. I've got G clip, which is clipping it quite heavily. I could probably have just turned it down, but yeah, it's clipped. And then this regate is triggering a note, MIDI note on open and close, and then sending that note on channel 3. So the wet is down, so we're not hearing the gating, we're just hearing the dry. And all we're using it for is to send MIDI whenever that happens, and then that triggers a ducking plugin on this bus. So we're hearing the kicks ducking the bass, and then we're also hearing the snares ducking the whole group. So it just keeps the snare kind of in its own lane. It's one of the reasons I could get the track sounding so loud, and having your sort of transients consistent. It's just sort of getting everything else out the way. I don't usually do that actually, but with this track it seemed to be working. And then the kick has also got that, because the kick is in audio, there's no MIDI to trigger any ducking plugins, so I'm using the same trick here of sort of sending MIDI on channel 2, and then you'll see I've got a send from my kick to the bass bus, sending MIDI channel 2 and then to bus 2. Reaper's got these MIDI buses, and it's handy because now on this I can, if you right click the I/O button, or the 2 in, 2 out, whatever it's called, the I/O routing, you can actually choose the MIDI input bus. You can have it disabled, which is handy on a group, because now all these tracks inside the group are going to send MIDI, potentially send MIDI to the parent track. So you might want a track to not respond to MIDI at all. In my case, I just wanted to receive bus 2. And then the snare I set on bus 3 so they don't compete with each other. And yeah, so whenever the kick kicks, you'll see this ducking pattern start. This is a pretty basic ducking plugin. It doesn't show you the waveform like LFO Tool or Shaperbox, so those are definitely the better ones to use. I just don't have them. But yeah, this is not a bad workaround. It works. I just have to use the oscilloscope if I really want to dial in with the waveform, you know. Another trick I've seen someone use is they would put a ducker on their kick, and then they would duck it so you couldn't hear the kick. And then they'd cut that ducking plug-in and put it on whatever they want to duck. And then they know that as long as that kick plays, it's like the right length, basically. It's a clever way to do it without seeing the waveform. I'm not that anal about it, to be honest. I mostly want to make sure the initial transient has space to breathe. And, you know, if a little bit of sub clashes here and there, as long as it sounds good, I'm not too fussed with the phase and how things look, as long as they sound good. So yeah, this kick also has some unconventional EQ on it without the EQ. It's kind of thin. It sounds a little clipped, but I think it's just on solo because I've got so much clipping and stuff in the project now. There's a clipper on the drums bus. And then there's also, I think there's some on the master. Although this was doing something when I set it up, and it appears not to be right now, so that's interesting. Fill is just from a disco sort of break that I found on Splice, I think. And this is a dub physics shaker. Might be a bit recognizable. I don't know. Haven't decided if I care. And this, oh yeah, this was the first time I've done this. I used Serum's noise generator to make so I used the noise, it's being filtered, but then I filtered it some more with the ReQ and used this waveform. You can see the release is being automated, and this is just giving us It's almost like a ride, but you hear that sort of thing a lot in drum and bass, in the harder genre, sort of harder styles of drum and bass. Just adds a little bit of energy in the drums. This kick is from DLR, and he's definitely a legit producer, so pretty cool. The rim, I don't even know where I got the rim. Fantastic one shot. I have no idea what pack this is from. We could probably find out. CAB Fantastic Snare. Presume I found it in here. There we go. So that's how it sounds. Ooh, it's not playing anymore. There we go. So let's find out who made this. I think we can see some properties if I press F2. No. Control F2. We have file info. Here we go. Nope, now that's in media files. Because it's not this file, it's whatever was selected there. So we need to do it here somehow. Media properties, there we go. One shot sample library splice. Where is this? So, there's one shots, but where? Ah, chill Afrobeats. It's a rim shot from an Afrobeats pack. That's funny. All right, now we know. So yeah, I didn't use sort of obvious sound packs for all of them, just the kick, I suppose. Wasn't a thought process really. I've just made a folder full of my favorite sounds for different genres. Got a bunch of Foley and stuff here, which could be useful. So we moved this. That's cool. I want to move the fill there as well. And yeah, the reason I chopped this up so much was because the kicks, it didn't seem necessary to have like that, you know. It just, I kept stripping more and more out of it just to make it cleaner sounding. Feel like we could add something new when this happens. I've got some ideas. Ooh. I need to work on not breathing into the mic when I'm not speaking. Don't know if I could move it further forward. Sort of force me to lean forward to speak into it. I'll figure something out. I really love that they've got a default shapes thing that's just the basic shapes. It's so weird that we used to have to go and look for it every time. It always seemed bizarre to me. I didn't really want to have to save a template, like default template for Serum. I guess I should have. Always turn random down for bass, unless you want chorus. Super interesting listening to the difference between the FM and the phase distortion, which is apparently what Serum used to use and call FM. They sound similar, it just seems like the FM can go more extreme more quickly. Let's turn it down and see. So that's 100%. Wow. Wow, it sounds very different at high settings. The phase distortion sounds a lot cleaner as well. Like that seems to be a comparable setting. And from there it just gets nuts. Lots more beading kind of a thing going on there. Really interesting. Very similar at lower settings. I keep forgetting we've got two filters. Two main filters. Very useful. And we've also got a filter in here. It's not like a key tracked filter though, which is what I kind of thought it would be. It seems like the higher harmonics you can still hear the tone, whereas down there you can't. Okay. Suppose we do it there. That is kind of the desired effect. It just needs drive. I just sort of wanted this as like an impact. It doesn't need sub. I'm kind of wondering what this would sound like. So I don't know if you guys have seen this on YouTube yet, because I didn't know about it until the other day. You can drag here to the door to export the last played note as a WAV file. The note gets replayed silently using the last note's pitch and duration and captured on drag. Exported files are saved to an exports folder located in the Serum 2 presets folder. All right. So let's use that. That's a C. Maybe let's turn off the reverb. Maybe the reverb will be interesting. Ooh, I thought you could drag it back. Let's see if we go sample. Ah. Oh, there we go. What's happening? Where is this going? Should be going to the main. It says one shot. Why is it not triggering? We can normalize it. We can... Why are we not hearing it? It's not playing. It's not scanning. I'm still playing a note. That still works. But the sample is not playing. Could it be an octave thing? Nope, I don't think so. Everything looks normal. I'm going to try the granular. Not seeking through when I press a note. Why? I have no idea why. Thankfully, we could just create another one. We could presume we can open the folder. Yeah. Maybe this was why. How did I drag it in? Switch oscillator type. Let's go spectral. That's working. I don't know what I did wrong the first time, but anyway, it's working. It's interesting to hear the reverb. Super trippy. Very trippy. Yeah, that idea of moving the mic or moving forward to speak in the mic is a pain. Let me just block this. Seems like Restream has changed or something, because it used to be you'd block it on Restream and it would block it everywhere, but it doesn't seem like it anymore. So anyway, I've blocked it. I don't see it anymore. I don't know if you guys still do. Maybe we can loop this. Forward and reverse loop. Scrolling on here zooms in, which is cool. What is that? Whop. Strange, but I'll fade. Still does it. That's really weird. Tailed? No idea. What about... Can we modulate? Yes, we can modulate the loop end, I think. Let's see what it says here. Yep, loop end. Hell yeah. Only problem is it doesn't show on the display. It's sort of working. What I'm going to do is make... Oh, wait, we can mod remap it, so we don't need to do it there, which is sick. We can do it here, somewhere here. want to see what we can do with these spectral, like mask. What does mask with A do? Not sure. Let's try vocode. Interesting effect. Could modulate it from A. Freaky. Let's swap them. I think there's a way. Swap. There we go. Whoa. Wild. Wow. So much techno can be made. I want to bring back the original sound. I don't know why that one didn't work. It was really weird. So now it's not passing the MIDI through. So I'm going to go MIDI output disabled. Would have been so cool to have this in the same patch, but anyway. So now I'm going to have to replicate this somewhat. 0.83 hertz. I can just copy this maybe. No, that didn't work. All right, and then the note modulation was 64%. Going to take the reverb off on both of them, and I'll post-process them both, I think. With all that bending, the root note doesn't sound like the root note I thought it would be. might even mute this for a bit. That was actually pretty cool. Maybe we need an ARP or something, or a pad atmosphere of some kind. Maybe I should try and see what this is doing notes-wise. Somehow, even though I played the bass in like G, it had all this pitch bending. And when I added the sound of my brothers, so I'd asked him for it, and then he was on a call, and I just started making this track. And I thought, oh, well, when he gives me the sample, I'll maybe just start something new. And then I pulled it in, and it just worked. And now I'm only now figuring out what the hell's going on with the notes. So somehow, even though I played the bass in G, the movement of the pitch bending and stuff made it not sound in key when I pressed this guy in G. And it seems like that was by design. It seems like the notes aren't in G on his lead either. Let's just see what I played. So this is G sharp. I played those two. So we could try and transpose it up 2 semitones and see if it works with the bass. Maybe not. Maybe we can transpose the bass up to. Hey, it looks weird, but if it works, it works. I could transpose him down 2 semitones. Oh yeah, let's see how they sound together first. Nah, I'm going back to where it was. Also, because of the note tracking, when I press higher notes, the modulation is all at a different speed, so it completely changes the groove. Right, G sharp makes sense, although the notes I'm playing, that's the G sharp. Frankly, that also works. I'm just going to take this back to where it was. An atonal mess that I'm trying to wrangle. Alright, so now we could try and make an arpeggiated sequence. Or I'm going to write it here and then use the keyboard span feature. Except it needs to trigger here we go, re-trigger with velocity note gate. So still not playing it. Maybe I have to do this. Nope. There's another trick forgotten. Oh, now it's working. Strange. All right, so instead of using the ARP, I'm just going to use this. It just means I've got to write in the relative minor key. This is so confusing. I'm writing in C minor, playing C sharp on the keyboard to get it to transpose it. You know what I could do? I could write it in the correct key, and then I think there's a transpose button. So I could just transpose it -1. Yeah! Now whatever I see is the correct note. That'll help my brain. And then we want to put it in a key, which is C, oh goodness, C sharp. I think, which one has, I need to just work this out. It's not going to be minor because it's got a flat 2, which would give it a mode. So if I look at A minor, the notes next to each other are A, B, C. So Dorian? Would be Dorian. Nope. Let's try. So the next one would be. Oops. What's the next one that would have that? Oh, all right, Phrygian. I just didn't want it to move this note up, basically. All right, so we could... Let's see if it works like Ableton, where we can... Nope. Scale things. I know, we could polyrhythm it. Interesting. Already interesting. I feel like this goes way beyond what a normal ARP will do. I know Reason has some cool... It has like a polyphonic arpeggiator and stuff like that. Chaos. Chaos. We can also make velocity control the filter. And now, depending on how hard I press, it triggers the sequence at a different velocity based on this. But we can also change the velocities in here, and then it becomes... What I wish we could do, maybe it's possible, we can re-trigger on the free mode or envelope mode. I think we can re-trigger using an input. So, what would we want to re-trigger? Do we have note? We've got active voices, we've got note on. We kind of need a note. We need a note on that's actually from the user input rather than from the sequencer. It would be nice if we could distinguish between the two. That way we could re-trigger envelopes when you press a note, but not when the sequence starts, if that makes sense. Maybe re-triggers the distinction between... No, re-triggers per note. Check. If I map it to filter, each note is being re-triggered, which is not my desired effect. My desired effect is that each, let's Let's slow it down. My desire would be for it to re-trigger when I press the note, not when the sequencer triggers the note, if you see what I'm saying. And there's probably a way. Okay, these are curves. Honestly, free is fine for what I'm doing for now, but it would be really cool if I could figure that out. How to re-trigger an envelope when I press a note, but not when the sequencer does. It's like halfway possible because I noticed that there is an LFO. See, rate. Where are the other ones? Destination. Oh, I guess it's only showing LFO 1 because we're using LFO 1. LFO buses. Here. What is that for? Clip player. So you can transpose, you can offset. You also can't trigger clips using the LFOs, which is a bummer. Here, re-triggers. So there's a note re-trigger. And then there's oscillators. So you can re-trigger oscillators. You can re-trigger envelopes and LFOs. So yeah, the possibility exists almost. Theoretically, we could try and re-trigger, just for curiosity's sake, re-trigger the LFO with, obviously won't be a note. Could be another, it could be an envelope, like a snappy envelope. Could try that. Already is a snappy envelope. It's not re-triggering. So we need to learn more about that. Also, yeah, this isn't going to work because it's re-triggering every note anyway. Still, that should mean it re-triggers the LFO every note, but it doesn't. Let's see. Ooh, that works. Nope, that's not working. It's just sounding different because it's mapped to something else as well. All right. Oops. I pressed the wrong thing. Hey, I thought that might be Sushi Monster because I remember you liked Ableton and you've asked about it before. Yeah, shoot away. Turn a sample into a drum rack in live. Ooh. I know you can copy the sampler, the simpler or sampler, and then I think you can either drag it onto another track with the drum rack on it, or yeah, I think that's kind of the only way. Or if you copy it with Control C or Command C, then you can paste it, but you'll have to open the actual chain and then paste it into the chain of the drum rack, if that makes sense. Yeah, good luck. It is possible. That much I can say for sure. Ooh, that's funky. Do these work together? Think so. Going to re-trigger it. Apparently something is not quite right. Why did it do that? Because this went over? No, don't know. You'd think it would copy to the next bar, maybe. Maybe it started early. Strange. Kind of weird and annoying. Control D should just duplicate to the next bar, but it ain't. Okay, this needs to sound way more interesting for this type of track. Let's make the pitch a bit random. So I'm going to go note on random. Discrete just means, so 1 and 2 were 2 different randoms. And if you reused one of them, it would be the same random on each thing that you modulated it with. Whereas discrete, I think, is random every time. Every time it's used, which is pretty cool. Cool questions. One sec. I'm going to modulate something. Want to modulate the global pitch main tuning, it's now called. Now it's chaos, but we can reduce it even more with this one. We could probably even modulate that. So we could modulate that every 8 bars or so. I think we also have bigger... I don't think we always had 32 bar. I think 8 bar used to be the max in Serum. I can't remember. Either way, what I want to do is this. Let's go full. And then... So now it's not detuned until this hits. There we go. So that last bar, it gets more and more detuned. But I do want this a little detuned by default. There we go. You can hear it's a little bit detuned. I also want it to be more trippy, and I think we can do some stuff with the filters or the bode. trippy. Wow. Oh my god. Maybe an octave down. Still not fat enough. What did I first make? I could probably dig something up. Wait, no, this computer's squeaky clean, doesn't have all my stuff on it. Except music production stuff. I sort of produced trip-hoppy stuff. I was the first sort of music that really caught my ear when I started learning an instrument. So I started learning keyboard originally. And we'd always had the radio on growing up in the house. So I'd always heard, like, through the 90s, I heard a lot of rock and stuff. And there was a lot of it that we weren't big on. And then there was some stuff that we did really love. And then sometimes my mother would dance to electronic music. Late 90s was like Fatboy Slim, Daft Punk. Some good local DJs, I guess, who would also just play like a set of house music or whatever. So there's probably a lot of stuff in my subconscious that I don't remember. And then we also had cassette tapes. So I remember one of them we called the green tape. It had this really interesting traditional African music on it. It was quite varied. There was like this sort of spoken word singing stuff on it and sort of some drumming. And I'd love to know what it was. I have no clue. I don't think she remembers what it is either. And I think it was notorious for getting chewed up in the tape player. The dreaded green tape. I remember having to thread, because it was cassette, I remember having to thread it back with a pencil frequently. We had Brenda Fassie, that was another South African tape. And then there was a tape, Buckshot LaFunk it was called. It was, some interesting stuff. There's a song there, I think it was called The Birds Song, or The Birds, I think it's called The Birds Song, with Maya Angelou speaking, talking about the cage bird sings for freedom. It's a poem, I think, that she wrote. It's quite a nice track. Then at some point got into CDs, and then one of the first CDs I got was Kruder and Dorfmeister. I'd actually heard them on the radio. So that was actually what I was going to say. It was one of the first bits of electronic music that really piqued my interest and got me, really collecting music, was actually down-tempo stuff. I just never heard anything like it before when I first heard it. Stuff like Thievery Corporation or, instrumental electronic music just wasn't really a thing on the radio unless it was dance music. So that was sort of my first introduction into it, which really, I actually initially remember recording some to tape, and then over time, people who knew the music were able to say, oh, that's this artist, that's that artist, and I was able to go and get the CDs. And so, yeah, my initial music as like a teenager that I collected was mostly instrumental. I had like very little interest in the more poppy stuff as a teenager. And that was kind of what I started trying to make and failing miserably in the beginning. And I made some dance stuff too. I had a couple of CDs that had both. Timo Maas was one of the first sort of dance CDs I got. I think it was called Music for the Masses 2. And then I had a few other albums of his. Those earlier albums of his were produced by Martin Hutrich, I think his name is. And he releases his own stuff as an artist. So I later discovered him. I think that was his name. Still could sound thicker. Maybe a pitch modulation. Mistakes, as it were, mistakes I made learning with production. I think, funnily enough, one of the biggest mistakes I probably made was after going to college for audio, sort of not separating, sound design. You're kind of expected to break the rules in a way, like you're trying to break things almost, see what works by, messing around, doing things that aren't necessarily conventional. Things like boosting on an EQ, like you can get, you can boost your fundamental and create a new tone. And sometimes that's like a cool thing, If you make a really narrow boost, you'll like create like a sine wave. And sometimes that's handy, like on a kick drum, electronic kick, or even a acoustic kick. Sometimes I've kind of created a fundamental where there almost wasn't one just by being creative with EQs. So sculpting sound, I don't know, there were rules I learned that ended up being kind of detrimental to, I became too much of a rule follower for a while. And I don't know. I guess that's also just the thing with practice, though. It's good to know some good practices and principles. Like one of the reasons they wouldn't boost is because if you've recorded a bunch of analog sounds, you're going to boost noise. So you don't really want to boost noise. You'd rather cut everything else, but like depending on how extreme you're going to go, you're going to achieve the same thing whether you cut or boost. If you cut so much that you've just left something really bright and noisy, well, you've effectively boosted the noise. So I don't know. There were certain things like that I feel like limited me for a while, where I'd been quite experimental when I didn't know what everything did. So it's sort of something I've had to and I guess that was just also from watching other producers' work, some of whom I respected, and hearing and seeing them do things that we'd been taught not to do. It's like, oh, all right. The rules can be bent and broken if it sounds good, you know? It was also really interesting just seeing people stream, producers that like were quite established, seeing them streaming or producing and seeing them discarding things that they didn't like or making a crap beat. It's just something, it's part of the process. We all make rubbish from time to time, then we start over. Another thing I noticed was just how often people don't know what they're doing, and that's also perfectly fine. Guys that are, winning awards or extremely successful, some of them we all have gaps in our knowledge, so that's quite a comforting thing, you know. Everyone's human at the end of the day. Maybe chorus needs stereo width. Let's try the chorus. I would say one of my biggest mistakes probably was also I guess it's not really a mistake, but it's sort of using really crappy speakers and things in the beginning and not referencing. Like, I should have referenced tracks sooner. Like, if I had really compared what I was doing to things I admired like 10 years earlier, I might have got closer. Then again, there were things I still struggled with for ages. Like, at some point I was trying to figure out how to get my tracks loud enough, and that was quite a struggle in the beginning. I would push things and it just sounded bad, and I'm still kind of not sure what changed. I think using better limiters that helped, but also just harnessing, figuring out dynamics and how to reduce the dynamic range musically without just, compressing the crap out of everything. Some of it is just, referencing and seeing what your relative levels are, looking at span as well. Like, I'll look where my sort of kick and bass and hats are, in the spectrum analyzer, and compare them to references. I also, as I was mentioning earlier, like listening to things in here has taught me a lot about how other tracks sound. Comparing the highs and, seeing like number one, how wide they are, or how mono, or how compressed or dynamic they are. Found that pretty interesting and useful. So yeah, referencing can take a few different forms, if you know what I mean. How loud is too loud? I think that's personal taste, really. I definitely feel like different genres have different expectations for dynamic range. Drum and bass tends to be quite squashed, and I sort of pushed this one for fun. Because I was going to send it to a friend who, I thought he might appreciate it. He once sent me something incredibly loud. I'm not going to win that battle, but it's just interesting just to see sometimes how far I can push things. I can always pull it back if I decide it's too much, you know. Oh yes, stem split analyzing, something I should get into more. That's pretty cool. I kind of wish also that in my early production days I'd found a mentor of some sort, because I started before YouTube and I had to learn a bunch of things the sort of slow way, and that's fine, but like sometimes there were tracks I made that I kind of ignored that were actually pretty good, and I feel like it's not the same having your family say it's good as if someone you respect says it's good. There were some things where I think, damn, I might still have the project files, or I might have, released it or something if someone with an ear that's not mine had heard it and sort of encouraged it, you know? Or even funneled what I was doing into something more of a product earlier on. It could have been pretty cool. Oh yeah, different levels is a big difference as well. Like just generally working loudly versus softly. That reveals a whole lot, it's true. And mono, you're right. Mono, I have a track with that band. I was mixing the vocals, and I've learned now when I'm doing vocals, I often just switch the mono thing on the master in Reaper just to hear it in mono, because for whatever reason I think I had the vocal and I had backing vocals and then the track, and when I monoed it and also turned it down, it was like, oh, that's how the vocals sound. Like there was a tone to it that I wasn't sure that I liked, that I just somehow, it wasn't obvious to me what that tone was until I monoed it. And then I sort of did some EQ changes in mono and then went back and sounded a lot better. So yeah, mono is a super useful little trick. That is noisy as hell. I like it, but I might come back to that. Or just dial it back. Ooh, maybe I needed no reverb. That's better. That's already more kind of what I was going for. For some reason, the reverb was bothering me. I also want to see what I can do with the weird new filters, or any weird filters, really. Comb 2. Whoa. Whoa. Now we're getting interesting. Keep looking for the filter. This time I wanted... I don't remember now. Oh, the one that's like diffuser, like disperser. Off. On. Yeah. Let's even take off the chorus. still rather interesting. Holy moly. All good. Going to join those. I'm going to open Splice. Not my favorite. But I want to try Portal. And I think I need Splice running. I haven't used Portal in ages. I've paid it off. I've paid Portal off long ago, but it still seems to use Splice to authorize it, which is a bit of a pain. What's going on here? This is compression ratio. Not, oh, there we go. Something weird going on here. I have to grab it there. Okay, I get it now. on to some other impact thing here as well. What is that pack called? Coffee breaks. They've got some really cool samples. So it says guitar B. Is that a note B? I don't think so. No, these are chops. Chord A and chord B. I don't think those are notes. They all say A or B. Could be mistaken. Kind of just looking for a random pad. Whoa, I've never heard that sound before. That is very drum and bassy. Oh, wow. I haven't used it often, but that is sick. I mean, I haven't used it often lately. I rinsed it a lot in college when we used Pro Tools. Bam. I'm really enjoying that retroactivity recording feature. I can't believe that was there. I wonder when that was added. I had no idea. That is such a cool thing. And then I want to just fade this out. It was one of the big reasons I was thinking I would switch to Ableton. One, two, three. So after 4 bars, maybe that can happen after the guitar. Or we do the other way around. Hey, I had wondered if I heard a human being. How's it going? Oops, I'm muted. I'm going to have a playthrough of this through the speakers. And here where I'm at. Yeah, you'll have more luck getting Reaper to behave like FL than the other way around, I'm afraid. That's interesting. I'm going to probably filter the sound when I go higher like that, or when I chop it up with the portal. Where is it? Here. I think it's making progress. Yeah, good point. I was thinking about that. I thought I wasn't in the mood, but ended up making some progress. I see that's when that second guitar rig comes in. It almost becomes unrecognizable. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Unless there's some other harmonic interest that happens there. And then we could, let's see how long this is. 3 minutes 18. The thing is about streaming is I don't end up doing comparison and referencing, which I would do normally, because I don't really want to get copyright flagged all the time. It doesn't really bother me. I'm not monetizing the channel. But there's always like that very small risk that someone just strikes your channel. I don't think that would happen, but it's possible. I feel like they've made it more obvious when a region is selected, like when you go into render and it says selected regions. I used to not know what was selected. Now I can see it quite clearly. I don't know if that's a change, or maybe it's just in this theme and I hadn't noticed before, because that's quite nice. I'm pretty sure it wasn't always like that, but hey ho. There's a lot of little things, I'm sure, because I kind of started fresh, like these toolbar buttons. There's like various little things that I missed out on, I guess, because I had an old config that I kept migrating over. So anyway, I'm going to put this to rest for a while. And I'm going to start something new. I sort of had an idea based on some music I was playing, DJing last night. There was this whole little set that I played near the end of the night. It was like an 8-hour set, but like the last hour or so, I was playing some, I don't know what to call it exactly, organic house maybe. It's not quite melodic techno. You got sort of, what's his name? B. Svensson. You've got, there's a whole lot of, what's that artist's name? There's a whole lot of names that are blanking on me right now, but yeah, sort of Sort of varies from about 116 to 126, 27 maybe. And usually has some nice ethnic or world instruments providing a lead or something. And I was just jamming on the push to this music and it was sounding pretty cool. Mula, that's another one, Mula. Some really cool tracks. Yeah, I'm so used to just looking at playlists and seeing names. Sam Shure. Midas 106. But yeah, there's loads and loads and loads. So I was searching. I nearly used the sample a few years ago. I think I might have even done it on stream in Reason. And I never got anywhere with it. And maybe I have the skills to pull it off now. It was this one. And I remember I started something, but I don't know. Maybe I've gotten better. Maybe I haven't. Maybe we'll find out. I'm just going to pull it in. I'm going to ignore the tempo because I didn't hear it at that tempo in my head. So that's all good. I'm going to chop it up. Oh yeah, I wonder if this clock is wrong then. Thanks for reminding me. Let me look at my phone clock. This laptop's got a weird thing where the time zone's grayed out and it was bought in England. And so it's on UK time. And I've changed the time manually. Hell yeah, I've just gained an hour. Thanks for pointing that out. I thought it was after 10. I manually adjusted the time 2 hours from the UK time. But now the clocks have shifted, so now it's an hour late. Because, yeah, we don't have daylight savings here. I think I had it like this. Or maybe it was quarter notes. Oh, whoops. Maybe it did change the beep. It did change the BPM. Why? I thought I must have pressed the wrong button. Okay. Honestly, I could just start over, but I'm going to switch the time base to time. Set the BPM myself to, let's say, 124. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Let's try this again. I just realized I've still got that padding on the monitoring chain. Ooh. Oh, neat. I'm just making the pitch bend less drastic on higher notes. So yeah, it showed this, the kick drum sending this is preset to already have the re-gate on it. Sending out to channel 2, which comes in as bus 2 onto this pumper. So whenever the kick triggers, this triggers. Another thing I forgot to mention earlier was I have this pre-open to 5 milliseconds, so it seems to send the MIDI a little early, which helps for the ducking. I think I checked it in an oscilloscope, and that seemed to be the sweet spot, at least with this ducking plugin. And then what this splitter does is it takes our stereo input and splits the lows out to 1 and 2, and then I've stuck the highs and mids onto channel 5 and 6. I've left 3 open for side chaining if I want to do any side chaining. And so now pumper being on 1 and 2 now affects only the low end. And then this merges them back again. So you see 1 and 2 comes in, and then 5 and 6 comes in on the mid channel. So this is our mids. If I turn that down, you hear just lows on the bass specifically. And there's just our mids. You can see this only goes 24 dB down, so it's not a perfect mixer. But for this job, it's enough. So then the pumper is now only affecting the low end when these guys are on. When it's off, it's affecting everything. And I quite like that it. Sometimes I like to keep the punch of the transients and stuff. I might even add another pumper that does everything. That way this one can be dialed to just cut out where like the initial punch of the kick is, and then the other one can be more of an effect pumping. In fact, that's what this one is for. That's more for the effect of pumping. I might want a bit of both. One that's making sure there's no low end clashing with the kick, and one that just is there for the ducking effect. Without the pumper, with just gives the kick a little more room in the low end. I still haven't installed Repack or the, what's it called? The Resamplomatic drum rack thing by MPL. I forget what it's called exactly, but yeah, basically gives you an interface for Resamplomatic, so you can drag samples in and it creates the samplers in the background. Quite a nice interface, which I have not installed yet, so it would be cool for this situation where I just want to add hi-hats and things. Could mess with the slicing in Serum. Let's look for a something with hats and snares in it would be cool. Hey, there's that break. I don't think these are going to work. Let's look for a clap. Or a snap. Let's see what those bring up. Sure. See, having some sampler at all is so handy, and the resamplomatic thing just doesn't quite have enough features for me. And I've tried a bunch of free samplers. Not all of them can do the things that Serum can do, so I may as well try and use it. Like, one of the things is this little button here, which says embeds the sample into the preset when saving. So then when I load the project again, it's not going to look for the samples. Thank you, RS5K Manager. Yeah, I haven't installed that. I'm going to mess with this though. So now the sample's going to get saved in the project. So I don't have to worry about this in future, about finding samples. Because I want to be able to play it in like this. And what the heck happened there? I have no idea. And yeah, you can slice stuff in here. I still haven't even done that. Interesting. I can't believe we're doing this in Serum. That's so nuts. It's becoming the everything plugin. Lots of potential there. For ways to mangle drum sounds. Yo, how's it going, dude? It's been a long stream already, I think. I was working on a drum and bass track for quite a while. And I've started something new, but I'm certainly not being quick. There are days where I just bang something out. Today is not that day. Ah, hell yeah, man. Morning. I forget. Had we settled on a swing yet? I think we had. 34. All right, this is probably that swing then. Yeah. I'm just gonna mute the mic for a bit and mess around on the speakers. Hey, good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, it's just like a random flute sample that I've been meaning to use for ages. It's probably from Splice. It says wooden flute. Yeah, it's beautiful. Sending it to an echo. Of course. That's nice. I'm not sure if you're just trolling at this point. I like the sample browser better. I like the monitoring chain. I, for whatever reason, feel like I can see things more clearly on the interface. When I zoom in on stuff, it just feels more intuitive to me. It's funny. for certain things, I definitely prefer live. Being able to swing the grid I mentioned earlier. So like this track, I think we said was 34. So I can just view the swing. And that makes life easy for audio editing. To be just, able to sequence stuff exactly on the grid. I don't know why Ableton doesn't have that. Things like being able to just have a trim volume lane. So this is, I can automate the volume regardless of where my fader is, kind of like if you use utility to draw automation. That's literally just a shortcut and it's there. The monitoring chain is global, so it's not per project. So I always have metering and stuff. Honestly, not a hell of a lot. There's certainly a lot of things I like about live. And, the devices are great. I do love a lot of the stock devices. I only have live standard. That's the other thing. I don't have suite. So I don't have operator or any of that stuff. It's actually a hell of a lot of stuff that's missing from standard. Reaper doesn't crash as much for me. That's kind of a big one. Oh, and a big one for me is still CPU usage. Like, I don't know about Ableton because I haven't got it on this machine. My licenses. I don't know if you heard that discussion earlier. I was mentioning that I'm in transition between laptops, and at some point this one's going to get formatted. And I've already used 2 Ableton licenses. Okay, gotcha. Because you mentioned something about it earlier, and I went on a small diatribe about I've used both my live licenses on I had Windows 10 and 11 on the other laptop. And then I cloned Windows 10 and activated it again. So somehow I've done 3 on that laptop. So I'm not sure if it counts that laptop as one license and like maybe I can license this one. I'm going to have to figure that out this week. I will have to, because I have more and more issues with the other one. I might end up DJing with this one, and I use live for my live performance. So I run Tractor and Live in tandem. Live has my sort of instruments, because I love the instrument chain where you can just map the chain selector to go between different sounds. So I'll have like a track that's just called leads, and then I have a few different lead patches when I go through the chain selector. And then I have one that's, I don't know, polys or pads. And so I can sort of jam along to whatever I'm DJing. And then I have a foot pedal that's mapped to tap tempo. So I can, I don't actually have them synced. So I'll just tap the tempo into live. And all it's for is my delay effects. So the delays are in time. And then I jam the bongos. The actual expression of the pedal sends the bongos to the delay. So I can kind of create these big washes of drums, which is kind of interesting. So I do use live a fair bit. I also used it for the radio show that I was, not radio show, I mean radio station that I was using for a couple of years. I think I showed it on stream at some point. But basically I had, I used it like a mixer basically, and in session view. So like track 1 was my mic coming in. Track 2 was Zoom coming in. Track 3 was like system sound. So I could play music out of YouTube or Spotify or something in an emergency. And then I had a track for like radio station jingles, another track for individual show jingles, sort of like, introducing the show or coming back from a break. Had that on one track, and then I had music on another track, so I would actually trigger the clips on push. So yeah, I do use Live pretty extensively, but for whatever reason, for producing, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, I would have now. I was sort of attempting to just become a Live user for production. And then my other laptop was really starting to crap itself. And it's not Live, it's everything. When I'm gigging or Reaper or literally even iTunes was crapping out before I did some optimization. So yeah. I have now got to see if my activation will work on this machine. What is happening there? Weird. Something about it being the start of the track. What I could do is insert empty space. Now it's really misbehaving. It's not even playing right now. Is it just where the loop happens? Huh. Now it's looping properly, but still glitching at that point. What is happening? It's so strange. Specifically on this guy. Let's see if it still happens outside the group. Interesting. That is the only thing that track was doing. I'm not happy with the old kick or the new kick. How the heck is it doing that it sounds so drastically different? What is that doing? I've never had a sound so different, phase inverted in solo. That is really strange. I think I'll move the note and see if that improves it. Yay, I'm finally happy with that. Need more percussion. It's a bit late to be recording bongos, I'm afraid. What a difference that made. Transient shaper on the highs. stuck at making a lead. I guess without hearing it, it's hard to give any suggestions. Yeah. Could send it to me on Discord if you're still on there. I'll check it after the stream. Actually, I could check it during. Actually, is that possible? I haven't got Discord on here yet. On this laptop yet. Could send it to myself on WhatsApp. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Suppose you could drop a WeTransfer or Dropbox link in the chat. Yep, you can trigger other stuff with Serum. The sequencer. Holy moly, the sequencer just keeps on giving. With the right sound, I'm sure it'll sound quite nice. think I've got something out of key. It's quite possible. Seems like the sample is majority a few cents sharp. Yeah, this flute sample doesn't quite sound in to me. Let's see if changing it back to where it was helps. Otherwise, I might have to tune each note. I think this is fine. I think that note isn't. Um, 800 minus 24, 76. No, maybe it's not that note that's bugging me then. can't help wondering if the transpose is throwing us off here as well. I wonder if the transpose is pre or post the scale. haven't saved. I do have autosave set up though. All right, I'm going to head off soon. It's been a long stream. It's been cool though. I'm going to probably pop into the drum and bass track before I go. Let's just save this then. Oh well, let's save it. I just don't like saving on the spot, trying to think of names. Plus I can't see my keyboard, so my typing is worse than normal. What is the date? It's the 31st. Oh, as of an hour and a half ago. All right, fine. Oh wait, an hour ago, because my clock's wrong. And what am I calling this? I have no clue, honestly. Just call it Stream Organic. I'll always rename it later. Okay, last quick listen. Alright, so much for a last listen. Starting to make an intro. All right, last playthrough. For real. Cool, pretty happy with this. Could use a little more melodic interest in this section after the fill. It was more impactful when the claps came in. I think that's the difference. But it felt good when they came in early, so I don't know, I'll figure that out. Good times. A last playthrough of this guy. Maybe I'll make an edit or two. I don't know. Because now I've realized the transpose inside the sequencer in Serum doesn't work the way I thought it did. This is a pretty atonal track, so if it sounds okay, I might just leave it. All right, it's pretty crazy. Why? I hate that thing where it loops whatever you select. It's so annoying. I normally have some... I used to have a way that I'd unlinked them, which I might do again. Oops, I was muted. So yeah, this track is currently 4 minutes long. This sort of minimal, I forget what they actually call it, this type of drum and bass, sort of rollers. They don't have to have loads of stuff going on melodically. I could potentially have some atonal breakdown somewhere, or some like even 4-bar like transition kind of breakdowns. But I'll mess with that another day. For now, I'm pretty happy how it's sounding. Yeah, a few little things here and there that might need tweaking. Yeah. But this has been a fun stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for asking questions, and yeah, that was fun. I actually, don't mind the interruptions. I'll just time it, when I'm ready to answer stuff. So yeah, don't be afraid to ask questions. That's why I do this. And have a good night.